like we're good. Good. How's the compression sound? Does it make me sound less smooth? It's one of the reasons I try to use, I can try to compress as less as possible, because I feel like even then, in the middle, when like you're normally talking, it doesn't sound as smooth, and I hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. Sorry for the tardiness. My legal assistants lost their dog today of 14 years, and so I was just talking to her for a little bit. I feel so bad for her. I know when my dog dies, I am going to be an absolute mess. So I totally get it. Well, not yet, but I anticipate very much getting it. Ugh. So we have a card. It sucks. It'd be cooler to have a badge. Okay, so we actually have like a pin, but it's not a badge. It's just you also have this pin that you can put on. Shit, where did I put it? I feel like I showed it on stream before. Like, nobody actually uses it. It'd be cool if they did. I don't even know where I put it. I wonder if it might be at the office now. I'll tell you something about me. That, the best way to put this. My employees, I'm not the owner of the firm, so I won't put it that way. My team knows that I will go into battle with them. We will go into war together, and I will always have their backs. I like to think that doing so creates a very high level of trust and comfortability, because that's what I want. I am not a person that enjoys working through authority and intimidation. I want people on my team who work for me because they want to work for me. And I found that to be the best way to do it. So, we do have these situations where, you know, they will feel comfortable talking to me about that stuff. And some people might see that as inappropriate. I personally don't mind. As long as it doesn't turn into like a, you know, romantic thing, which it never has. I don't see a problem with it personally. Tonight was cinema. For the first time ever, I'm actually going to root for John Cena to do something, to win. Because I, for so long, disliked that man. And he was the singular reason why I do not watch wrestling. Now he's finally done it. He's finally allowed his character to have layers and be dynamic instead of this static, flat, boring hero. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. When he hit Cody in the face, I just... Oh. Oh my god. What a great day. What a great day. I agree. If he comes out with like heel Cena merch, I'm all over that shit. Yeah, that's true. He was two-dimensional before like he got on the face run, right? And then once he got on the face run, he never turned around from that. Huh, you know, and I've read The Art of War twice. I was actually just talking to a friend about that. I read it once in high school as like a look what I've read. Have you all read Sun Tzu's The Art of War? I bet you haven't. Which is like, you don't read stuff for that reason. I didn't really retain any of it for that reason because I didn't care. I just wanted to say that I did it and can look down my nose at other people. That's how much of an asshole I was. And then I read it again. I think it was, I don't remember if it was first semester of law school or right before I went to the law school, but I was like, you know what, maybe I should read this again. And so I retained a lot more of the information, but there's still a lot that, like, I don't remember, but I wonder if it has still had an effect on me, like that line about treating your soldiers as children, they will follow you into the deepest valleys. Like, I don't remember that line, but I wonder if, like, reading it helps plant some kind of subconscious seed that has since grown from there. Oh, I do not dislike John Cena as an actor or as a human being, just as a wrestler. Because he sucked, first of all. And his character was just the blandest nothing. Yeah, I got through that phase pretty quickly, thankfully. Three days. I mean, thankfully, like, The Art of War, I never found to be a, I don't know, maybe that, I don't want to say I resonated with that writing style, but I just never found that particular writing style to be difficult to read, as opposed to, like, Hemingway. Old Man in the Sea, that, it's not even, like, a particularly difficult book, but for me, it was hell getting through that book, just because I did not like that writing style at all. I did read Dante's Inferno, Dante's the Inferno, in high school, but I don't think it was because it was a challenge book. I think I was legitimately interested in, like, no. I was a fucking edgelord in high school, so, I mean, I'm still kind of an edgelord. I just happen to be able to wear a suit while doing it now, which is, yeah, I'm sure we didn't really have, like, challenge books, but, like, there were status, like, reads, I guess, in high school. Like, for example, Homer. I really liked reading Homer. I can understand why other people will not like reading Homer, but I personally really liked reading Homer. Now, obviously, part of that's the translation is done to some degree to make it less, you know, because I'm not reading it in the ancient Greek. Or, was Homer Greek or Roman? I don't know, he's Greek, right? But, yeah, he's Greek. Okay, so, obviously it's gonna come across a little different, as opposed to, like, Shakespeare, who English was his language, right? So everything you're reading about from Shakespeare in terms of his works, he wrote that. Shakespeare could be hit or miss. I don't mind his writing style, but the story has to be interesting to me, and not all of his stories are interesting to me. If they're boring, it becomes torture. The Iliad and the Odyssey, I love both of them. I think I was probably the only person in class, maybe like one other person. I was like, man, this shit is crazy. They saw a bunch of fucking mermaids singing at them, and these idiots like went after them and then died. Like, that's fucking hardcore. And people were just like, oh, this is boring. I'm like, you people don't have fucking imaginations. Weren't they sirens? Or, no, harpies and sirens aren't the same thing, right? Both, okay. Yeah, I've read them, but I'm honestly not the best like mythical historian. So, despite you never saying, I'm better than you because I read these books, they took your intellect and wanting to read as meaning that you must think that you are better than them. That's fucking crazy. Like, you see that in fiction, it's always so stupid. Like, and it's made to look stupid. Like, you have a book in your hand, and they're like, Catcher in the Rye. I don't know, the first book that came to mind, like, you must think you're better than me. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nothing. We talked about a dog dying to Sun Tzu's The Art of War to then a bunch of literature. That's how these streams go. Okay. She's very impatient, so maybe we should get into this. I remember why how I found out about Art of War and then why I wanted to read it. It was because it was video game related. I was playing Dynasty Warriors at 3, I think, and there was something in there about fires and ships and stuff, and it was like referenced that was from Sun Tzu's like strategy or whatever. So I was like, oh, this is like a book that's like we have available to us? And then I looked more into it and was like, yeah, this is just this great, like, everybody loves this book. And I'm like, well, I must be everybody. And then look down upon those who are nobody. So yeah, my my discovery of the Art of War came from Dynasty Warriors. So go video games, right? No, I haven't looked at, like, any of this. Wanted poster. What a magnificent altar. It is pretty magnificent. Love the purple color. Of course it is magnificent. It is for the Holy Mother, after all. The Holy Mother? Is she that faceless figure there? Okay. Can I rant about something completely unrelated for a second? It's video game related, but not this game. The Holy Mother thing is every time I hear it, I get bothered. Not because of this game. Fucking The Last of Us 2. Mother. And it's never explained, at least as far as I remember, in the main storyline, who the mother was, or like what the significance. And if it's just, oh, that just happened to be their deity, and that's all there is to it, then that's so underwhelming. Oh my god. The game ended up like, the first things I said was like, what about the mother? Just like, did I like spend way too much time thinking about that when I was just supposed to like toss it aside? I don't know. That's like the first thing you learn about those people is you run into the mother. And it's like this big thing. You're like, oh shit, what's this? And then it's just like, there's some idols, and then that's it. That's it. Season 2 of that show's gonna suck balls. The Holy Mother? Is she that faceless figure there? Such insolence! How do you not know who Her Holiness is on sight? Because I'm not fucking from here. Or part of your religion. Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Realm right this instant? Imagine going to India and inquiring about a Hindu god, and them saying this. Can't? Because they wouldn't. Because that's ridiculous. How do you not know this is Vishnu on site? No, they wouldn't fucking do that. It's like, oh, this is Vishnu. Maybe they're like, hey, would you want to know more? I can talk to you. I can tell you about Vishnu. Sorry, it won't happen again. This is why lawyers are so despised. Isn't that just foreigners in general are gonna have that same problem? I don't think it's just lawyers. Now listen well, depicting Her Holiness's face is the greatest taboo in all of Kharinism. Oh, that's interesting. There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like. I mean, I'd hazard a guess that she looked like a human, although maybe that's too big of a logical leap. That includes the members of the royal family. Wow, now there's an unusual custom. It's gotta be one heck of a secret if even the royal family can't know what she looks like. Well, then who knows? Nobody knows at this point, right? This music's such a vibe. But he tossed something out, but didn't take the waste paper basket away. This looks like a waste basket. Hey, there's an envelope sticking out. There are 3 holes in a row near the top. Now, where have I seen holes like these before? Bro, I haven't played in a week, and I fucking remember where those holes were. It was that letter that they found up top of the mountain. Scrounging around in other people's garbage like some stray dog. You are a pitiful creature indeed. What does it say here? Say what you will, but I've got a job to do. It says to the high priest. You cannot even read? Okay, so on one hand, it's like, obviously she's being unreasonable, but like, on the other hand, like, does she really have that high of expectations for us? Or is that for everybody? Is it just us in particular? Or is like, literally, does she subconsciously actually really have a high opinion of lawyers and just doesn't want to admit it? So that she thinks we can apparently know their religion on site and read their language despite having no interaction with it before we got here a couple weeks ago? Because, I mean, maybe she got some soul searching to do and how she really feels about lawyers. Thanks, and I will keep your words of wisdom in mind, your benevolence. Guess I should have studied some Chinese before I came. Well, the envelope was addressed to the high priest, huh? But it's empty. All right. Question. Well, I guess anybody that can speak English, I guess. Is it? How do you pronounce it? Envelope or envelope? Because I do both, and it's dumb. And there's a few words like that. Envelope. Data. Ooh, I can't remember the other one. But there's another one like that where I'll just go between the two pronunciations because I have no consistency. And it's annoying because it's like, pick one. Just pick one or the other. Don't be jumping back and forth. Either. Ooh, that's a good one. Either or either. Oh, that is a really good. I didn't even think about that one. Aunts and aunts. I think when I was younger, I would say aunts all the time, and now that I'm older, I think I'm pretty consistent with aunts. Wadir? I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced, so I pronounced it the way that my professors pronounced it. Wadir. Vor? Vor? Vor. There are not people that are alive that pronounce it vor. Like, okay, Maybe if you're not an attorney and you don't, you know, and you see that and you're like, I don't know how that's pronounced. Vor? Okay. Voyeur? There is not an attorney that actually pronounces it that way. I don't believe you, if that's the implication. Oh my God. It on campus doesn't even make sense to me because, like, that means they have to be getting it from the professors, because you learn what that is pretty fucking quickly. Bone apple tea. That sounds delicious. So the envelope was addressed to the high priest, huh? But it's empty, as envelopes that have been opened normally are. Still, there's something about it. I better hang on to it. Oral combat spikes. What's this scary looking spiky thing? It's a floor cushion for... Cushion? I think she and I have very different definitions of the word cushion. It is a floor cushion for heightening a practitioner's mental focus. Your ignorance astounds me. There is not a soul in Khura'in who would not recognize this. A floor cushion? You mean you're supposed to sit on this? How else would you suggest it be used? Looks like a torture device to me. I agree. Oh, it's a wanted poster for the rebel escapee everyone's talking about. What? Let me see that. Yeah, she's like, oh, the soul is in Khura'in. Are you talking about the people that were born here? Because, yeah, that would make sense, but I wasn't born here. Okay, the difference being that the judge, there's an expectation that the judge should have more knowledge about these things that he fucks up on. Voyeur? No. Oh my God. That's horrible. That's horrible. A senior member of insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of a... Like, dude, if you're bored with that name and you are not a villain, like, what have you done with your life? Voyeur Dyer. Oh my God. Foreign land wanted for crimes against the kingdom, considered armed and dangerous. So he's ex-military, huh? His appearance alone exudes menace. I agree with that, and his name to a certain extent. He must be captured at once. Like, and again, if you don't know, if you're not, like, trained in law, you haven't gone through law school or something like that, and you see that, and you don't know the language, like how that would normally be pronounced, I wouldn't expect you to say it correctly necessarily, nor would I hold it against you. But a law student pronouncing it that way is more problematic. Some people say that's a rebel. Oh, I guess, yeah. I can see why. I personally like that's horrible more. Because it makes it's more ridiculous. But I can see why people would see it as that's a rebel. That's really interesting. Have we had another pun like that before where it could be interpreted two different ways? Is something wrong? The bounty is 3 million damas, money that comes out of the people's tax payments. I shall have it lowered to about 1 million damas. Oh yeah, now nobody's gonna fucking care. You seem unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare. Unexpectedly? How rude! Dana has always taught me that kingdoms that do not value their people come to ruin. Whoa, that's topical.
As crown princess, it is only natural that I care for my people.
How about sending some of that kindness this way?
Well, I suppose I could. If you quit being a lawyer and pay taxes to our kingdom, that is.
Oh well, it was worth a shot. That's our ball. That's our ball. That's actually pretty awesome. That's our ball. Give it here. Game looks kind of like checkers or chess. I mean, the jury's still out for the exact reason that I just showed you. When I read that, that's how I read it, which means it could reasonably be interpreted as the other way. Now, if you want to make an argument that it makes more sense for it to be the other way, then that's fine, but there's definitely a reason why the argument one way or the other would exist. I also prefer that's horrible, because it's more like hardcore. Like, what the fuck is going on with that name?
You mean to say you've never heard of Kachu-dem-all?
What? I don't know if that's actually how it's supposed to be pronounced, but I saw what Tom said before I read it. And so my mind immediately was like, oh, Demal.
I have heard people describe it as Karaini's chess.
So two players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king.
Not quite. In Kachu-dem-all, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent.
Oh shit. That's aggressive.
Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game.
Special moves? Sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. Yeah, because she could, like, if you don't know 100%, she could, like, make up some shit. Like, oh, my king, my knight can actually do this weird move. Oh, that's the one thing. I can only use it once, but it was great for that one time, right? Hey, Steel Samurai. Digimon fan. There's a Steel Samurai patch on this bag. Guess the bag must be Maya's. Probably left it here while she was performing that rite. That's all we're gonna say about that? Okay. This a piece of art or some sort? Of some sort. Is this a piece of art of some sort? I was gonna do it again.
What a beautiful orb.
Hmm? Is something the matter?
Barbed head, take one step back.
Okay, done. Did you spot something?
Yes, your dismal reflection.
Asshole.
It was ruining the orb's beauty.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Did you have to put it like that, your benevolence? Oh, that's funny. I have like a bunch of these in the house. It's like, each one has their own square. I mean, this is kind of like that. I actually have the squares at the bottom for, instead of that being where the, where additional consoles go, they're the boxes to put like all the controllers and stuff from the consoles. But I was told by a friend who saw the setup, she said to me, you're missing 4 consoles. And I'm like, well, that's purposeful, but damn, does it really look that much worse that there are boxes there instead of having, because I have 4 more consoles that I can put down there, but then where the fuck am I putting all this other shit? Oh, God. That is not, I was not pointing at a poster, but okay. A poster of the mountains? Oh, this is going to be interesting. Because didn't we bring up the idea of is there something higher than it at one point? Oh, the Inner Sanctum mountain is featured against those other towering peaks. Those beautiful mountains are known as the roof. Oh wait, those beautiful mountains are known as the roof of Khura'in. Oh, excuse me. And I see they have even included Mount Pony in that poster. Oh, that's a lot of P's. Look at Mike. See, get Mike on this writing team. Look at that. Evolution. Mwah. Perfect Ace Attorney pun name. You missed your calling, Mike. Did a visual novel writer or localizationer. Oh, Pony? Is that the smaller peak to the left? Also known as the Little Sanctum, it is just west of the Inner Sanctum. Is it not also beautiful? But I suppose a lawyer with a defiled soul such as you could not perceive such beauty. That's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. Connoisseurs here with this excellent CRT TV. What show is this? It's the Plumbed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Wait, so he's in hell? Wait, Twilight Realm for them is just like the other side, right? And it can be like good or bad? Or is it plumed? Plumed? I guess I don't know. Would plumbed have two M's? I've never even like used that word before. It was just the first one. Like, what, plumbed? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? So, plumed. Okay, that makes way more sense. It is the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. It is based on Lady Kira and is the #1 action hero show in Khura'in. The Plumed Punisher, warrior of... Is there a fucking echo in here, Phoenix? Jesus Christ. Yes, it is an entirely original show created right here in our kingdom. Well, it would have to be, wouldn't it? I'm not so sure about its originality given its overall look in that theme song. It does sound like it's just the ripoff of the Steel Samurai, but in terms of it being plumed fucking Kira Twilight Realm shit. Is something the matter? Well, it's just, we have an action hero show back home that is really similar to this, but it's not like theirs is original either. Guessing this shows why Maya is so into Lady Kira. Honestly, the theme song is exactly the same as the one from Maya's favorite show. I mean, okay, this might be a hot take. I don't know. Y'all can let me know what the community thinks. I think the other theme song's kinda better. The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Okay, I forgot that the name of it was Neo Old Tokyo. Honestly forgot about that part. Okay, yeah, it's a ripoff. It's a popular action hero series filmed right in LA. Set in a city known as Neo Old Tokyo, it pits the Steel Samurai in Mortal Kombat against his nemesis, the evil magistrate. CRT, VCR, and a game console, and the family slept in hammocks. Not gonna lie, that sounds kind of sweet. Like, I don't know. Like, they have something. You give me a VCR, a CRTV, a VCR, and a game console, I'll probably be very, very happy. Like, all this other stuff's great. But if that's all I ever had, and didn't have, like, this other stuff, I probably would have been content. Because I was content with a Super Nintendo for a very long time. That's true. This is a much older arrangement. I has collected DVDs and merchandise from that series as long as I've known her. The Plume Punisher seems awfully similar to the Steel Samurai. The Plume Punisher originated here, in Karayan. Is that clear, barbed head? Yes, Your Benevolence. Note to self, never suggest that again. Yeah, but just because they remastered it doesn't mean, like, the arrangement itself is more... like, the foundation is more basic, right? Because they had less to work with back then. So... remaster as opposed to... am I using that term right, music people? Because I don't know shit about music. As opposed to an actual rearrangement is like not that big of a difference, right? You're just kind of updating it to sound a little more modern as opposed to actually like making a new thing with more tools at your disposal. Or am I just completely full of shit? Because I could be. Like I said, I don't actually know anything about music. I just know that, like, when you're arranging something and you have, like, MIDI or some shit like that, there isn't so much you can do versus if you had an entire orchestra at your disposal. Yeah, that was my thing, Mike. It's not like the Steel Samurai isn't also derivative. Almost every fucking thing these days is derivative. Lady Believe has not had a change of heart and simply... wait, what? Okay. Lady Believe has not had a change of heart and simply waiting shall not change that. Can't we wait just a little longer? I wonder if she'll ever open up. Oh, fuck, what was her voice? It was like, oh, you're still here. Or something like that, right? Lady Believe. I need to see her. Yeah, that's right. She's like dead inside. This is in me. Do you think you're ready to talk? Is it okay with you, dear? Yes, I will let him know. Lady Believe, you don't have to speak to this lawyer if it is not your wish. No, it's quite all right. My husband was still with us, he would say. As much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, if it would help to find the truth, then ask whatever you may. You like my voice of her doing an impression of her husband? Okay, I'll take you up on your generous offer. The third Matrix is basically Jesus. He dies, and there's literally a cross that comes out of his fucking chest. Like, by the time we got to Revolutions, it was not subtle anymore. Wait, did Mrs. Envy call herself lovely just now? Well, whatever are you waiting for? Ask your questions quickly so your departure may be just as swift. Yes, of course. Do you have any idea why your husband might have been killed? Is he acting different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately? No, I don't recall anything of the sort. ... This is really difficult. Did anybody have a grudge against him? He was a kind man and one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him. Let's go! Let's fucking go! These are Psyche-Locks! Those goddamn Psyche-Locks! This means Miss Envy is trying to hide something from me. Is there a better, like, moment in this game than Edgeworth being like, fucking, those are Psyche-Locks. Oh man, Edgeworth's the fucking greatest. The reason Edgeworth is better than Phoenix is like a similar reason to why Vegeta is better than Goku. Right back. I require some ice. Find myself wanting to do the pentastrut all over the place now. Oh, I mean, Goku's not even a fucking father. Piccolo's his child's father. And Goten basically doesn't have a father. Lynn, that is another great reason why Edgeworth is objectively better than Phoenix. Because Batman is objectively better and more interesting than Superman. I still haven't watched. I gotta watch Daima. I've been waiting for the dub. Dragon Ball is one of the few animes where I will absolutely not watch the sub anymore. Getting through Super was pain. Ugh. So I'm not making that mistake with Daima. And I mean, you don't ever have to. Missing out on Dragon Ball is not changing your life one way or the other. It's fun, but it's also not... I don't find it to be anything groundbreaking compared to, like, other stuff I've watched. And that's what I did with Super, and so I kept it going throughout the entirety of the series, at least until they stopped with the Tournament of Power arc, but like I won't do it anymore because I'm like, why do I do this? Because I hate the sub so much. I mean, don't get me wrong, so Dragon Ball, the reason that I see Dragon Ball as significant as an anime isn't because it's particularly groundbreaking or amazing or anything like that, but it got a lot of people. It is one of the singular reasons anime became mainstream. If not for Dragon Ball, it's arguable that never would have happened. Because for a lot of younger kids, especially kids that were not... I've talked about this before, but when I was growing up, mid-90s, you watched anime, you were a fucking, like, deviant outcast. Dragon Ball sort of provided people with that sort of opinion, at least kids with that sort of opinion and view on things, a an example of something where like I could get into this. And as something like Dragon Ball got more people into anime, so too did the stigma begin to lessen a lot over time. And that's fantastic. It's always going to be like iconic for that reason. See, German localization sounds like it'd be pretty sick, actually. Like, I was like 4th grade, 3rd grade, watching fucking Sailor Moon every morning. I couldn't fucking tell people that. We just talk about Power Rangers like, you were up at 5:30? Why? I don't know, just get ready for Power Rangers at 7. No other reason. And all I had in between then Sailor Moon and Power Rangers was that terrible Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. The one without all the characters. The one that basically had no story. Basically, it's Teen Titans was the Sonic with all the characters and the interesting story and character arcs and stuff like that, dark themes. And then you had Teen Titans Go, which was the other Sonic cartoon, which fucking sucked. Pokemon's really interesting because a lot of people were into Pokemon, but a lot of people also argued that Pokemon was not anime, which it obviously is. In retrospect, that's incredibly stupid, but it wasn't seen that way. It was seen as it was so big that it was considered a phenomenon outside of its genre. Dragon Ball never hit that point, but at the same time was still able to bring in a large group of people just like Pokemon did. It might have been Sonic Underground. I don't even know because I never watched it. I just knew it existed and it was way better. Sonic in that his fucking fox girlfriend or whatever the fuck her name was. They were like an underground, yeah, maybe it was underground, because they were like an underground rebel group or something like that, weren't they? Like, that's awesome. But the other Sonic cartoon is just them rolling through this possibly post-apocalyptic world because it's so sparsely populated. I don't think I could rewatch the original Sailor Moon, but I liked Crystal. I did watch Crystal and I liked it. The problem with the original Sailor Moon is there was way too much filler. And the filler sucked. The show was not good enough to have that like filler like that because they were so formulaic. Yeah, see, then Naruto came along and that's when I started getting pretentious. I was happy at first just with Dragon Ball, and then I started watching Naruto, and I was like, "Oh, you watched past episode? What is it? Like 40? Oh, shit, what is it? It's been so long. I have to go back and look. So, let's say 50 for the sake of it, for the sake of the story. Like, oh, so you watched past episode 50, and you still think it's good, huh? Or like you not? It's great. It's great initially, and then it falls off a fucking cliff, like." So you watched after episode 50 and you kept going and you still think it's as good as it was before? Because that's not the case. What? 90s kid who liked crystal meth? I honestly do not know what you mean, Tom. Detective Conan is a show that I'll never get into for the same reason that I'll never get into One Piece. Too many episodes. Yeah, no, yeah, and it's great. I love hearing that all these like athletes are super anime fans. It warms the heart, quite frankly. That was not what was happening in the fucking 90s. Is it really only like a 90s kid thing? To like, is it really just like that group of people that like crystal meth and like no one else did? I know nothing about methamphetamines in terms of like a recreational drug outside of what I've seen in fiction. Okay, this is the Magatama Maya gave me all those years ago. It has a really amazing power. It reacts when someone is hiding something and gives me hallucinations of these gigantic padlocks and chains. It allows me to see the Psyche-Locks that are holding that person's mind shut. Whenever I see any, I only have to present my Magatama X to try and unlock them. Unlocking them all usually allows me to coax the truth out of someone.
Take that!
No shit, really? So okay, so it's more of a lingo thing that they don't really use crystal as the hip term anymore. I see. Crystal. What are you talking about, Judge? Oh, here. What are you talking about, Your Honor? Okay. See, the problem was, yes, and the reason why you only saw those 3 arcs is because for a long time, they only had a dub through the half of that 3rd arc. It took them like years to finally finish that arc. And by then, a lot of people were like, well, I just stopped watching because it never fucking finished. And I moved on to other shit. And they finally did it. They call it the lost episodes. And I'm like, these aren't lost episodes. You just finally got the dub for it. Like, why would that make any sense? The people with the tree, like, that's a filler arc. That arc sucked so much. I didn't think I'd be sitting here getting angry about Sailor Moon arcs today. Dude, everyone knows that Jaleel White played Sonic for the longest time. He did it in that, like, fan-made Sonic movie trailer years ago. Never watched Bleach. Not because I thought it was bad. I just, for whatever reason, never got into it. Psyche-Locks? They appeared when, yeah, okay. Oh, grudge against her husband. That must mean that Mrs. Inmee thought of someone who just might have such a grudge. Let's just stir the pot a little and see what happens. Mrs. Inmee, I have an idea who your husband's real killer might be. And then when I got to high school is when I finally found like a group of friends that actually was into anime. So like middle school, elementary school, I was basically on my own, which really sucked. My cousin was into it. He was the person that actually got me into it in the first place. So it was like me and him, but like if he wasn't around, I had nobody to talk to about it. But as soon as I got a group of friends, immediately a snob about it. I was thinking of like not Naruto. The first anime that I think I was ever a super snob about was Inuyasha. Like, guys, Inuyasha's trash. Stop. And I don't even remember anything about it as to why I would have been so harsh against it. I mean, like, it could be trash. But I don't remember why I said that in the first place. I was probably just being a dick. That would be Maya, would it not? No, of course not. It has to be someone with a motive to kill him. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. This is who I believe had a reason to... What? This is... Oh, okay. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. He's the high priest. Gotta be one of these, right? I don't specifically remember. I don't have anything about the. We're probably gonna have to show. Right, so I'm assuming. I believe the escaped prisoner killed your husband. He probably thought that your husband would get in the way of his escape plan.
But were that the case, wouldn't Maya have been slain as well?
Oh, you're right. Guess I better find someone else with a possible motive. Would be Dirk? Why would it be Kira? He did the right. Like, I guess I don't understand what I would... Because I'm assuming whoever I say, I'm going to have to back it up with something. The rebel leader, Dirk, killed your husband. He did it to stop the purification rite.
You must despise Lady Kira for capturing his fellow insurgents. But were that the case, wouldn't he have slain Maya for playing the part of Lady Kira?
Okay, so, fuck. Well, then, why would it be Kira? Alright, so it wasn't Dirk. Time to think of someone else. The last person that I didn't pick. It was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everyone's talking about her. Oh, God.
I know none of what you speak.
Really? Because she even made the front page recently.
I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as I?
Actually, I have something that just might show why Lady Kira would kill Abbott and me. Okay, so yeah, I have something, but I do not remember at all what it would be. Arrow.
Take that!
Yep, completely forgot about that letter. This is a letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. It's fine, Tom. I'm also lost. Oh, come on. You guys gotta be... Anime game. Talking about coworkers and shit game. Like, this is how these streams work. Y'all gotta be able to shift back because I phase in a fucking instant. Because the Lakers are the most well-known of the three. I think it's purely a popularity thing. She's probably looking at us like, what the fuck's going on? This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the high priest, didn't it?
How do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I've never seen that letter before, and I doubt my husband ever did either.
Either. I feel like she's an either person. Sorry, but I have evidence that proves this warning was meant for your husband. This?
Take that!
No, not that. That'd be the arrow, right?
Take that!
Okay, what piece of evidence am I forgetting exists?
Take that!
This proves that the warning was meant for your husband. Do we have what we need?
Take that!
It has the same 3-hole punch thing.
What's that?
It's an envelope. Is Phoenix an envelope or an envelope guy? He's probably an envelope guy. It's an envelope addressed to the High Priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside this, wasn't it? Ugh. I prefer I get punished for getting it wrong, quite frankly.
What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope?
He's probably an envelope guy. See, I did it wrong that time. My intuition is failing me. Gotta be some way to prove it. Wait a second. Don't the envelope and the warning letter have something in common? I think there just might be something that links the envelope to the warning letter.
There is?
Yes, and that proof is right here on the warning letter. These spots.
Take that!
The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter. And if you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes line up. As for what made the holes, I believe it was this.
Take that!
They were made by this warbot arrow, one of the weapons favored by Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope. Now Phoenix is doing the same thing I do. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the... Maybe I say envelope way more than I think I do. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope, addressed to the High Priest. Delivered to your husband on the points of this arrow. Eek! Damn, where'd that fucking gust of wind come from? Aren't we inside? Boom. Yuri on Ice, I've never seen it, but I've seen the opening. And there's something so beautiful about the opening. Like, it's so... Like, it starts off epic, and then, like, it gets into just this dude just, like, singing, and you're like, wow, this almost reminds me of, like, a fucking Disney song or something like that. I don't remember what the words are anymore, but every time I heard it, I go, oh, that's lovely. That's wonderful. Ugh. Even though the lyrics are, like, super generic. It's just, like, the way they're delivered. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? What were the lyrics? It's gonna bother me if I don't figure this out now. Can you hear my heartbeat? If you haven't had the pleasure of listening to it, go listen to it. Like I said, it's not that the lyrics are good, because they're not. It's just the way that it's like so upbeat and like I said, it's like a Disney song. Can you feel? It's like that. It's amazing.
I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent.
Then why did you keep it a secret?
Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't.
I guess that makes sense. If the rebel hunter was after him, I can see how people might at least suspect.
We are a Rhinist kingdom. As such, rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Kharinism itself.
The monarchy? Wait, oh yeah, they do have a queen. Okay. Forgot about that. I was just thinking of what's-her-face as a priestess. Your husband was a devout priest of Kharinism. You feared that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public.
Yes.
That makes sense, but is it the honest truth? You know, it sucks that we have to say had the balls to actually pair up protagonists as, like, because so many other shows simply fucking fail to do it because their writers are cowards. Ugh, pisses me off so much. That's good. I'm glad they did that. Like, just fucking do it. This is the canon romance. Cry about it. What if the High Priest really was a rebel? A rebel hunter the rebel hunter would have had a motive to kill him. Still, I mean, it had something to do with the right, though. Doing or not doing the right. What would that have to do with him being a rebel? I guess we'll have to find out. Just doesn't feel like the right time to ask her about it. Did you tell me a little more about the warning?
It arrived about 3 days before the purification rite. When we woke that morning, it was already there, by the side of our bed.
It was by the side of your bed?
Yes, we had the whole house locked up tight, and yet someone still managed to slip in. Oh, it was so frightening, wasn't it, dear?
But you didn't contact the police? Because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel?
That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe Taurus would still be alive today. Oh, lovely wife, no need to fret, my dear. My only regret is that I left you all alone.
Ted, this is quite enough. Yes, you're probably right. This is in me. I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time.
Don't be silly. I'm happy if I've helped. Your benevolence, may you swiftly shine a light upon the truth.
She leave her home, or what? Barbed head, you seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. Does she not understand? Like, yes, that is exactly what we are defending her for. What exactly do you do you even know what an attorney does? Jesus Christ.
That is the only logical conclusion.
Ugh. I'm in no position to disprove her at this point. Only I could find something to support my theory that the High Priest was a rebel. The only other person who might know more about Abbot Inmee would be Maya. They might be done questioning her by now. Maybe I'll stop by the detention center.
My mother has said what? It seems I must go.
Did something happen?
Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the High Priest's passing, and that she shall conduct the prayer of lament therein. Her Eminence has so decreed, has she? Oh, but she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband.
They said 20 years, right? But, like, I feel like... is my role not common sense? Regardless of when this law came into effect. Is my role as a lawyer defending someone by definition of what the word defending is not common sense?
No, it is only natural, considering his meritorious service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany me there at once, Lady Believe. Thank you, Your Benevolence. My husband is most delighted, too.
How wonderful for you, Mrs. Inmee. Direct decree from the Queen. That must be quite an honor.
Barbed Head, you are coming as well.
What? No, actually, I am fucking excuse me? I am legitimately surprised by this. I don't have much time left to investigate.
As the one charged with monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it will take but a moment. Now come along.
Arguing the point will probably just make things worse for me.
I'd better let her have her way this time.
That's the thing. It's not like Rafa's uneducated. She should know what the word defend means. Like, lawyers are bad does not actually preclude a person from knowing what the word defend means. That's why I don't buy the whole, well, she was taught from birth that lawyers are bad. Okay, but we still know what the word defend means, right? When we're saying we're defending our client, that should be obvious as to what it is. Let's fucking go, Tao! Ugh! Ugh! I respect my final boss! Who would have thought that arc, starting in 2013 or whatever it was, would come back around to Cena's fucking submitting to The Rock? Oh my god. To me, that's what should be obvious. If somebody says a lawyer has a client that they are defending, why isn't that concept obvious? Regardless of what you think a lawyer is, if you hear the word defense, the idea of being like, you're deflecting blame away from your client, like, yes, that's what fucking defending means. Oh, yes. This fucking guy. Oh, what the fuck did she say? Something. That was fast. Shit. I mean, well, that's the thing. If she literally doesn't know what the word defend means, then okay. Sure. That would surprise me, though. If there is violence, there is defense. At least that would normally follow. Oh. Oh, shit. What fucking voice should I give a queen? Should I just... No, I don't want to do that. I want to give her something that's like... Literally Von Karma, but female, which is not what Francisca had. Francisca had something else. Probably because I could never reach that height with her. So this is the Queen of Kurai.
What is wrong with you, barbed head? Show some respect.
Oh, I mean, like, even I know, like, you see a queen, you fucking bow. Oh, should I bow or prostrate myself? Dude, listen to that! That was really good. She does look like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay, let's see here. Let's take some water instead of alcohol. I cast you out, G-Man.
No, it is quite all right. Stay as you are. Mother. Your Eminence, I would like to give thanks to you. Your Honor, you honor both me and my husband. His exemplary service deserves to be honored. Oh, but what a terribly...
Oh,
Oh, but what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Believe. May my prayer comfort your soul, and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more. Oh, Your Eminence, your words are wasted on my humble husband and I.
I actually did do the sniffle, so that was good timing. Now that's what I call commanding presence.
So, you are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks.
Yes, Your Eminence, I am so very honored to make your noble acquaintanceship. I'm humbled to bask in your resplendence. Did I ever do it? I have no idea how to talk to a queen.
Oh, may the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then, Lady Believe, let us go to the chamber of prayer. Rafa, you are to accompany us too. Yes, Mother.
Oh god, I went more British with her too.
Yes, Mother.
Wow, the queen is seriously something else. Ha! The prayer of lament, huh? It's both so inappropriate and appropriate at the same time. Get it together. Don't see how that'll do any good. It's Justice Minister Inga. Who are you, buddy? Nice to see you again, Minister Inga. Again, have we met? I'm Phoenix Wright. We met in the accused lobby the other day. Wasn't that like 2 weeks ago? All right. Loose suit, jagged hair. You're that lawyer who brought my daughter down a peg or two. Your daughter? Yeah, Rafa. He's the Princess Rafa's father? Okay, yeah, I did not see that coming. So he's Queen Garan's husband? Plan on sticking your fat nose in this mess, too? The accused is a good friend of mine. Like I said the last time, you better watch yourself, see? Having a dude like this be the queen's husband is a brilliant stroke of, like, subverting expectations. Mwah! Oh. Oh my god. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You want to question me? That would be great. You got balls for a lawyer. Guess I can play along for a bit. But I got things to do, see? So we'll have to talk while I work. I love that. Is that a cape, technically? I love the design. I wanted to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer on this case, too. You think those are Cubans? Right. Whoa! This cigar is a seal? Or is he not actually ever smoking it, and that's literally just he keeps a seal in his mouth as though it is a cigar? Because that's kind of crazy. Don't say I didn't warn you. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. He looks very menacing. But it's gonna be different this time. I got Crying's top prosecutor on this one, see? I don't care who I go up against. I'm gonna prove my client innocent. You haven't forgotten that little thing called the Defense Culpability Act, have you? Blow this one, and you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. You'll be sleeping with the fishes. How could I forget? You guys are all the same. You strut your stuff till the DC Act comes down hard. Oh, hey, he actually abbreviated it. Then you start begging and pleading for your lives. It's really hard to watch, I tell you. Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. Look at him. Oh, he's... I have lost my mind. Are you the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm going to enforce the thing. It started as a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade, like falsified evidence. But it turned out to be quite handy, efficient even. Handy? Efficient? Yeah, made my job real easy. Any goons who cross me or the Grind administration are gonna get just what they deserve. Especially those rebel scum. You rebel scum. You can get away with that here? Better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law in crying, see? And meaning that I'm the queen's husband, that makes me king. No, I'm pretty sure the queen is the boss around here. I mean, he could be king, but the queen is the boss. Is there something that says if you're king, you must be the boss? I'm legitimately asking. Have I misunderstood this forever? Like, if you are king, you must be the boss? That's not how it works in England, I'm pretty sure. Many places don't give the queen's husband the title king if she's higher ranked. Well, that sounds fucking sexist to me. Call him king. He just isn't the boss. Boom. No. I'm pretty sure the queen is the boss around here. Go on, say what you're thinking so I can charge you with lèse-majesté. I was trying to figure out how he would say that in that accent. I couldn't figure it out. Like mid-sentence. I can't get myself arrested now. Listen up, lawyer. You got a low crime rate. We got a low crime rate in a populace that lives in peace, and that's all thanks to the DC Act. So I don't want to hear any more lip about it. But I can't defend my client unless I can speak my mind. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say, I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude. One of them dragon dupes. Say, White, you know what these are? No, what? Orders of execution. They really pile up if I start slacking off. Wait. We have a society of peace, but we can literally let him go for an infinite amount of execution orders? Something tells me things might not be so peaceful. What? But I don't get that. If you're a king and you have a queen who has the powers of a queen, you wouldn't qualify. You wouldn't qualify that unless they were essentially a substitute, right? So why would you do the same with king? Because unless they call queens consorts and queen regents all the time, and I just never knew that, you would fit right into a fucking Punch-Out game. Oh my god. Tomorrow I'll have even more work to do, processing the one for your little friend. And if you really do defend her, I'll have to add one to the pile for you. But you're not stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are you? Don't worry, I'll make sure to lighten your workload, Inga. Ah, see? I don't like that. I don't like that. Because same should be true for the opposite then, too. And if it's not, that's something that people need to get the fuck over. Because my understanding of Regent was, it's fiction, so like, but I figured that it was based on fact, like historic fact, to be used in fiction this way, and that could be entirely incorrect. But Game of Thrones, when Cersei was, Joffrey was king, but he was still a minor, I think. And so Cersei was the queen regent as his mother. Just a temporary authority figure. Well, King Henry... When you say consorts and King Henry, it kind of makes it seem like it's something else. Yeah, okay, so Regent. But is there like another way you would use the title Regent? Good for good old Liz. English, don't call her Liz. That's disrespectful. Ruler instead. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. I won't give you a single execution order to sign tomorrow. Meh. I have returned, Barbed Head. Your benevolence. Are you done with the rite?
Yes. It was performed flawlessly. Lady Believe stayed behind to speak with Mother.
I hope this will help ease her sorrow, even if just a little.
So, you have been speaking with my father?
However that thing is your father is beyond me, but yes, you could say that. You could say that? Yes, I was speaking with him. We were having a conversation. Isn't that what speaking is? Why would he qualify it like that? You could say that. Well, yes, because that is exactly what happened. Jesus fucking Christ.
My father is a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Rhine, as it stands today, owes everything to the efforts of my mother and father.
So crying as in the place where apparently infinite amount of people get executed all the time.
You should feel deeply honored. Under normal circumstances, they would have never spoken so readily with a lawyer.
Yes, of course. Seems Rafa doesn't know what her father is really like. He's a fucking mafioso. A 1930s mafioso. Well then, now that we're done here, let's go see if I can talk to Maya now. Sad Maya.
Oh, it's you, Nick.
Maya, are you okay? The questioning wasn't too harsh, was it?
No, I'm alright. How about you? Make any progress?
Well, I haven't found any conclusive evidence that could prove your innocence, but I have a small lead.
Really?
But for right now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest.
Sure, ask away. By the way, what's the princess doing with you still, Nick? Doesn't she have anything better to do?
Doesn't seem like it.
I heard that. How rude. Of course, I have many other things I could be doing. So then why aren't you doing them is my point.
Just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel?
A rebel? Why would you even think that?
Because if he was, then the rebel hunter Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him.
What?
Uh-oh, Princess Rafe overheard me.
What idiocy is this? Abbot in me, a rebel? It is beyond the pale. My mother has offered the prayer of lament to his soul. That is the sort of person he was.
All right, I was just raising the possibility.
I will not listen to such tomfoolery.
Ouch. She stormed out. Oh well, nothing we can do about that. Darn. Maya's just sitting there like, smile. Do you recall the High Priest doing anything suspicious?
Come to think of it, he seemed unusually restless during the rite. He kept glancing at the sky as though I have no idea why.
He was restless and kept looking up at the sky. That doesn't really tell us much, does it? As in one of my favorite DDR songs.
Every night I look at the sky.
I don't remember any of the other words. There are other words, but I'm not sure I ever knew what they were, other than that one part. The song was called Look at the Sky. Anything else come to mind?
Sorry, that's about it.
Guess this is all I'm going to learn about the High Priest right now. Oh, but there's one thing I should follow up on. With Princess Rafa gone, this might be the only chance, my only chance. Maya, about what you said earlier, why can't you tell anyone you're able to channel spirits?
Oh, that. You know how all the queens are also spirit mediums here?
I heard. It was kind of a shock at first, though.
Rhinism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it.
Wait! Wait a second. This is the originators of it, right? Like, this kingdom? Or, like, what happened? Were there other people that decided I just want to follow up and, oh, we can also spirit medium? Out of nowhere? Because their little village in Japanifornia is embarrassing this entire country then. Huh. Okay, that's strange.
No one else is supposed to be able to do it.
I see, so spirit channeling is a symbol of power or authority then in that sense. I can see why it would look bad if a nobody from another country were able to do it too. Bro, it isn't even just a nobody. It was the mother. It was the grandmother too, right? It was Ami the grandmother. I forgot how old Ami was. The mother. It is Maya. It's fucking Pearl. We know multiple people. Like, God, bring fucking Pearl here as how old is she now? 16 or something? If she comes in and spirits is like way more power, because she's supposed to be like super powerful, right? Like, that's her thing, is like all this potential that Pearl has. She comes to this country and does what she does, she would embarrass the royalty, and it would be hilarious. Oh yeah, and Mia. Yeah, fucking duh, right? Okay, so Ami's a super old ancestor, okay. For like hundreds of years. Yeah, it seems like the Branch family should be the real royal family, am I right?
Spirit channeling in the Korean tradition was developed from a Koreanist style that was brought to the US via Japan.
And you guys are just significantly better at it? Or I guess maybe there could be a bunch of spirit channelers here, but they don't do it because they assume, or not that they assume, but they must follow the authority of, well, I can't really do it because only the queen's supposed to do it.
It seems like my clan's spiritual power is greater than that of the average Koreanese.
Okay, but we're not talking about the average Koreanese. We're talking about, like, their royal family. Seriously, we're talking about how the Branch family is literally blowing the royal family away. Just brrr, fucking Exodia Obliterate style. Just fucking up Seto Kaiba's day. Like, that is what's happening right here.
may be a quirk due to how our styles diverged, but I don't really know.
Oh, spirit channeling is a power possessed only by the Queens of Crime, and it's a power that somehow made its way down the line to Maya. And I guess that makes Queen Garan and Princess Rafe distant relatives of Maya's?
Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it. It's just I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. That's why mediums who come here to train hide the fact that they can channel spirits.
And they just kept this secret for a long time, apparently. Okay. I mean, that's true. The queen could suck at it. She can channel spirits. How good she can do it is a completely different topic altogether. Oh, you know what? You guys have been letting me fuck this shit up for basically the whole playthrough. Hold on. That would be a funny one to use. How small is that? One second. God fucking damn it, I hate when that happens. My other monitor. That's where I had it open last. This one might be too small, but I thought it was a funny PMG to use. Yes, it's fine, but like it should be like this, taller than him. She's too small there. That? Yeah, there we go. Didn't do it for the first two cases. Just being a fucking loser. I see. I had no idea it was so complicated.
Either way, training here is a must to fulfill the qualification needed to become the master.
I don't know why. It seems like they should be coming to train with you. And what is this qualification to become the master?
Be able to channel spirit of one's own volition and without fail every time. Like, remember how my spirit channeling was always hit or miss? I only ever succeeded about 30% of the time.
I feel like that's still a very high percentage for spirit channeling. Yeah, and it was more like spirits possessed her as opposed to her channeling them. So you can do it every single time now, whenever you want?
Yep.
Oh, good for Maya. Look at her.
At least I think.
How do we think here? You think?
I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here.
Oh, so you have no fucking idea.
But once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test. I'll have to try channeling one spirit after another in a marathon channeling session.
That has to feel disturbing. Like, for the person that's channeling the spirits. Only those who pass the test are worthy of becoming the master, huh?
Yeah, but I know I can do it.
Yeah, you know what? I know it's a very obvious joke, and it's probably cringe to some people, but I should not have missed that. Like, immediately she's like,
well, 30% of the time it works, every time. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down.
just think about how that joke was made in 2004, 21 years ago, before probably a lot of you were born, and it's still something that is commonly quoted. Like, really commonly quoted. Right. I is the next big hope of Courtroom Village. That's gotta be a lot of pressure. So, okay. One thing that it's not like Courtroom, the kingdom, is cut off from the world, right? We've established that. Especially when you have people like Prosecutor Sadmati, who's like traveling around and shit. They have these people coming in from Courtroom Village all the time. So, one, they never sent anybody there as like a, maybe I should inspect this place sort of thing, which, like, okay, maybe not. But two, they didn't just like hear about it. Those are the shit that happened in some of these cases. I feel like should be like international news. Woman gets like channels spirit, who then kills somebody. Like, how is that not something that would have made it to them eventually? Most people probably don't even know where that fucking quote came from now, because the quote existed before you were born. Or like when you were really, really, really young. So, speaking of similarities, I've noticed another similarity between our countries besides spirit channeling. I saw a show on TV earlier that reminded me of the Steel Samurai.
Oh, you must be the Plume Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm.
Well, she's into that. I am not on live chat. I'm on top chat. Okay, I'm on live chat now. I mean, it's possible that that's just what the propaganda machine has done. Because I mean, okay. Apparently, North Korea is kind of like that, right? We don't know because of how little actually gets out of there. So you can reasonably infer that it's hard for that to get in as well. But, like, this place doesn't strike me as a North Korea. But, I don't know, because they don't seem, like, xenophobic. They just are proud of their own kingdom. They're not, like, keeping people out. Yeah, there is definitely a difference between live and top chat. I try to remember to change it, but sometimes I don't. They probably think MILF was just something that's always existed, huh? Oh, it was John Cho and I forgot who played his partner. John Cho. Is it John? Something Cho. I think it's John Cho. You people probably remember him from significantly better movies. Or if you watch the Netflix Cowboy Bebop, which, if I may be a contrarian here, I actually think was quite underrated. Not just swears. It'll censor certain words too that like assumes that it's like being used poorly, but it's really not. Hey Mike, you remember when fried chicken was fucking being censored by YouTube? It was late 90s. American Pie, I think, was 99, and 2 was 2001? I think? Oh, great. Now I feel fucking old. Thanks for that, Mike. No, Mike is intentionally, like, destroying us mentally. Yeah, there was a time in chat where whenever somebody would try to say fried chicken, just wouldn't show up. Like, and it was like, there was like some other phrase too that, why would that be censored? So, you've already seen the Plume Punisher? Gary, I'm not talking to you. You can go. No, thank you. No, thank you. I do not require your services. Did you guys hear that? You gave me the most sarcastic, okay, like, fuck me then, I guess. Forgotten from... Oh, God, okay, let's go back to game. So, you've already seen the Plume Punisher? You really don't miss a beat. Actually, it was Her Benevolence who told me all about it. There is not a single person in Karain who does not know of it. Oh, your Benevolence, you're back. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, Denzel was old when I started watching movies like that he would be in consistently. He was old in Training Day. And that movie was what, 98? Oh, what a movie. King Kong, I got nothing on me. Wait, it was King Kong, not Godzilla, right? We're all coping every second of every day that we're not as old as we think we are. I need to check this real quick because that's out of the ordinary. All right, when you get texted at 1:15 a.m., generally you gotta check to make sure everything's okay. Where, Dwight? Where, Dwight? Well, I don't have a granddaughter yet, so I'll just pretend that makes me young. Even though based on my age, I very well could. My family, I'm actually breaking the trend. My family is a very young family. Everybody had kids when they were very young. I knew both of all of my great grandparents until like age enough that I could remember interacting with them, which from what I understand is not common. So, like, all my grandparents are still alive. I'm 38. Apparently that's not common either. My mom hasn't hit retirement age yet. Not even close.
As the royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements. So I've changed my mind. For in order to fulfill my duty, I must not avert my ears, not even from your blasphemous theories.
Sense of duty is commendable. But I wouldn't mind if she backed off a bit.
Great timing, your benevolence. There's actually something I wanted to show off to the both of you.
Show off? Well, Maya sure seems excited all of a sudden. I had a couple friends that had aunts that were younger than them, and I just was always fucking blown away by that. One of them went to the same school as his aunt, so everybody like made that a big joke. And it's like, okay, first of all, yeah, it's weird, but like, why would I use it to poke fun at somebody? It's literally something they can't control. So why would anybody do that? It's stupid. Kids are fucking stupid. But yeah, I've seen that happen a few times, and it's always like, oh yeah, okay. That's pretty impressive. Oh, Tyler. That's crazy. He has kids in the 70s, and then one of his kids does it. Yeah, I'm very much like, I mean, like, my sister had 2 kids, but she still didn't do it nearly as young as my mom did, so, all of the kids broke the trend. My cousin, my cousin, probably around the same time as my sister. They were born around the same time, too, and they, like, my mom and her sister both had kids 4 days apart. So they were obviously always really close. They both had kids around the same time too, I believe. But me and her brother, my cousin, we're both childless. So the male children of the group are being looked down upon as, you know, the fuck you guys doing? Like, hey, I want it to happen, so relax. Just didn't want it to happen until I was like, I will have no financial troubles now, even if we have a kid. That's what I wanted to wait for. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Mike is literally Mike's family is literally the opposite of the Tyler family, which is just as impressive, I would say. Yep, ta-da! Really? This is what you want to know? Okay. What's that?
It's an ultra-rare plume punisher strap. There's only one of them in the whole world.
Wow, that is fucking rare. Jesus Christ. It's more than ultra-rare. It is unique. From a law perspective, let me impress upon all of you just how hard the word unique goes. When you say, in law, something is unique, there is literally only one of those things. One of those things. So, when we're talking about, and this comes up in property, because in property, the land that you own is always unique. That is the only piece of land there in that location in the way that it is in the world. The land is always unique in that way. And that's a big deal. This being unique is a big deal. Oh, that's crazy.
It was specially made to promote the TV show.
Yes. Yes. In theory, yes. Even if it's a forgery, well, then it's a question of if it's a forgery, is it actually like a correct replica of it? Because they're not considered the same, right? But if like the company made another copy, then it's not unique anymore. The forgery would have to be because okay, so like art, paintings is a good example. There's still only the one original painting. Forgeries are not considered good copies, right? They're forgeries. So they don't hold that same value that would make the original less unique. Unless, of course, that original was being copied and sold anyways as, whatever. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, Tom explained it better than I did. Because there's difference between something that's like, this is an original work that's not going to be copied or anything like that. Original is unique then. Versus something that we are creating this and then we're also mass producing them. Like you would normally with a strap like that. The fact that only one was created is nuts. But like at the same time, let's say that was mass produced. It's not like the one original is then considered like you see it a different way. It's you still have all these copies, right? Yeah, what Tom just said. Like it's difficult to think like it's kind of hard to conceptualize like if there's all these Model Ts, it doesn't change that there was still the original Model T. That's why uniqueness is so valuable. For Kingdom Hearts 25th anniversary, well, they could completely remake Kingdom Hearts 3 into a good game. That'd be great. Back to the game. You're the owner of this strap? Don't tell me you're a Plume Punisher fan too, your benevolence. You should have picked that up a long time ago. No, of course not. Only little children watch that show. I mean, she was talking about how literally no one in this country does not know of it. I have no interest in such things. Right. No, I am telling the truth. Yeah, she really is. Huh? Like the Steel Samurai? Baka. Oh, that's good. Sure, let's just leave it at that. Yeah, where are her Psyche-Locks? So, how did you get your hands on that, Maya? I stole it. Like, what is that mischievous laugh? I found a kindred spirit and a plumed Punisher fan here in Khura'in. Resulted in exchange of cultures transcending national borders. And by culture exchange, you mean you swap TV show promo merchandise? Okay, there is, unless Maya had a one-of-one Steel Samurai thing, there's no way this person got an even deal. Well, from a uniqueness standpoint, I guess there could still be reason why that one of more than one would be worth more based on market. But like, is that why you're collecting them, for market value as opposed to just collecting them? God. You bet. I traded my Steel Samurai watch for the strap. It's a super rare watch that plays the Steel Samurai theme when the alarm goes off. My newfound Khura'inese friend was so happy, I got this one-of-a-kind strap in return. I guess there are people like that wherever you go, even here in Karine. I wonder if this friend of hers is going to be relevant in this case.
Watch this. When you press the Magatama on her belt, it plays the show's theme song.
See, it sounds like a... This arrangement sounds more complex. And again, I might just be saying words that I don't fucking even, like, understand nearly as much as I think I do. But... I don't know. This is a banger. That sounds just like the Steel Samurai theme song. Phoenix, you fucking ignorant fool. Well, that's the thing. Things can be unique, but you still don't want them, like NFTs, because they're fucking worthless. Oh, never understood. Never understood the rage behind NFTs, because even if they are unique, what are they? Just... Ugh, okay. And I think they were right to be like, no, this is fucking stupid. What are you talking about? Can't you hear the folk instruments in the intro and the exotic tones throughout? Plus, the Steel Samurai has Japanese taiko drums that go... dunk-a-dun-dun-dun in the intro. Right. Guess my ears just aren't as good as yours. They're not as distinguishing or not distinguishing. What's the word I'm thinking of? Discerning. Discerning. They're not as discerning as Maya's, no. Anyway, I have this amazing idea for a new show. The Plume Punisher versus the Steel Samurai. Oh yeah, that's an amazing idea for a new show. I'm going to totally pitch it to some TV stations when I get back home. It's going to be a huge hit, yeah, if they can get all the licensing agreements in order. I guess that's why people like me are hired. Right, your benevolence? I have no interest in such things. She's sitting there in the back like, oh my god, that would be so awesome! Well, if nothing else, talking about the Plume Punisher has thankfully seemed to cheer Maya up a bit. It's getting late. Try to get some sleep, okay, Maya? Leave tomorrow to me. Okay, thanks, Nick. I think I've covered just about everything. I'm gonna head back to the temple and go over everything I've learned so far. I liked Penny. It's getting late. Won't be long until sundown. Mr. Wright, your benevolence! Are you done with your investigation for today? Pretty much. I thought I'd go over what I've learned so far. Care to join me? Yes, please allow me to help! Okay, first we know that the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. It was from someone claiming to be Lady Kira that told him not to perform the rite. That's right, it was the Rebel Hunter, but what of it? That's what I'm not sure of yet. I'm not gonna lie, if I saw that thing descending upon me, I'd probably piss myself. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite? If you could solve that mystery, right, I could figure out her motive for threatening the High Priest. God, the Simpsons have ruined so many words for me. It might be the break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead. How unfortunate for you, barbed head. Your only hope is pure speculation that shall not stand up in the Hall of Justice.
You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime after all.
Yeah, the warning letter alone can't prove who killed the High Priest. Wait. If we're so worried about motive, what was Maya's motive again? Existing? Okay. Oh, hey, there it is. There's the sass PNG. She's burying herself now. Will Powers' voice was, I remember, like, really straining. I don't even think I could do it. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw. Oh, no, I can still do it. Okay.
Yeah, Abbott didn't give me the burgers I asked for, that bastard. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you are charged under the DC Act.
Nor should you. Will Powers is a fucking saint. I mean, that suit he wore was heinous, but that's his personality, so let him cook.
Your benevolence! Oh, it is true you did not forge or suppress any evidence. That is perhaps a product of my careful monitoring of your every move.
I wasn't planning to do anything like that in the first place, your benevolence. So, okay, so this is the difference that I'm talking about. That assumption, based on the way she has been raised, it makes sense. That she would assume that because I'm a lawyer, I must do these things. That makes sense. It does not make sense to not realize that a person representing another person in criminal court does not imply that the lawyer's role is to defend the client. Oh, that bugs me. But I am going to prove Maya's innocence within the confines of the law.
How can you be so sure you will?
Because of my undying faith in my clients. That is a lawyer's greatest weapon. He's gonna ascend to sainthood at the very least after this shit. After people are gonna completely turn their thoughts about lawyers around.
What nonsense. You have chosen to dig your own grave. When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice.
Am I picking up, am I wrong here? Like, I feel like she has some amount of affection for him. Not anything fucking weird. She's 14. I just mean, like, through her travels, she has probably gained a little bit of admiration herself for him, or respect or something like that, which is exactly why she gave him another chance to back out. And now she's, like, irritated that he didn't.
When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance.
She is and she isn't. Is and she isn't. Yeah, like if we fucking failed and died, I think she would, like, legitimately be upset about that. She's more actively helpful than Aji, I guess I would say. But she's also going to do a seance thing in the trial that's most definitely going to go against us, so. Tsundere, Tom. T-posing son. I'm not sure there could have been a better, like interpretation of that. I don't think I could have came up with a better alternative interpretation of what a Soon would be than a T-posing son. That's good. They are like handles on a sippy cup, aren't they?
This time I will prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites.
Like, yeah, okay, so that line, that line, I feel like if we had talked to her in the first chapter and she had delivered that line, she would have that smirk, that like, she, like her father. How she avoided that, I don't know, but she would have that like, but this one was more of just like a straight, like, it's going to be your last rites, neutral face.
Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe.
I think initially it was curiosity, but I think she's probably seen it because, like, she mentioned, like, well, you obviously haven't forged any evidence because I've been following you. Now I think it's to the next level of like, what would the next level be? If it starts with curiosity, would it be intrigue then? Or is that the same level? You know what's funny about that, Tom, is that you mean Princess Leia from Star Wars, right? So that the correct way to spell Princess Leia is what, Leia, but the way you spelled it is actually how Grand Moff Tarkin pronounces it in A New Hope. Princess Leia. That was weird. Like, dude, you hear how everyone else is pronouncing it. Why are you pronouncing it a different way, and why is the director okay with that? And that's not the only time that's happened, obviously, but it always bothers me in movies when that happens. It's like, is the director just like, did they tell him, like, don't pronounce her name correctly? I want that effect. But it didn't add anything other than be just kind of weird. So I'm assuming not. Okay, there's accents, but you could still tell people to pronounce things a certain way, and they could do it. It's not that, I don't remember the actor's name, the guy that played Tarkin. It's not like that dude could not say Princess Leia if he were corrected. Yes. Well, not this game generally. This particular kingdom has this law where if the defense loses, the lawyer also gets the same sentence. So like case 2, we didn't have that because we were just in Japanifornia and we had a normal trial. But now that we're back here as we were in case 1, yes. See, but Yoda's thing, we could tell that Yoda's thing was done specifically for dramatic effect, right? And like, if they did that, like they intentionally made you mispronounce the name or pronounce it a different way for dramatic effect, then like, okay, that's fine. That's your art direction. But like, when it's just kind of random and like doesn't really serve a purpose, I don't get why you just don't. You're like, dude, it's Leia. You've heard everyone else call it that way. Why would you mispronounce it? It wasn't like a degrading, like, I'm gonna mispronounce your name because I think you're this lowly piece of shit or whatever like that. It was just kind of almost as like matter of factly. I mean, the creator of GIF isn't a fucking linguist, so I don't give a shit what he thinks that acronym would be pronounced as. Ugh. Some people create things and then they say stupid things about it. It just happens that way. Well, okay. I will say, and this is one of the things that irks me about the prequels, and I know it's revisionist history for a lot of people to go back and say the prequels weren't actually that bad. No, they're fucking bad. Except for Revenge of the Sith is fucking awesome. But if you go back and watch Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, Yoda has his way of talking, but it's not nearly as pronounced and cringe as it is in the prequel. Like, Tone has this one example that he uses, and he's like, Yoda from the original trilogy would never have said things this way. Because he would talk, there were a bunch of times where he said normal sentences. He would only do that for specific dramatic effect. Whereas the prequels are like, he always has to talk this way. It's like, that's not true at all. It was in the Clone Wars, which, that fucking movie. It was something like, the perimeter around the whatever we must protect. It's like, that sentence was trash. Who wrote that so I can go and backhand them with my ring hand? Ugh. Well, at least it's ambiguous and not vague, Tom. So there's that. Well, it's different. God and Jod would be different because that's what he identifies. Like, that's him, right? As opposed to I created something and I'm saying it's this. If a manifestation of GIF rose up and said it's GIF, then I'd be like, okay, well, that's how you identify, so I guess. And if God came down and was like, I identify as Jod, then I'd be like, well, shit, okay. Well, you would obviously know better than I do. But that's because they are the entity. You mean in the originals, Scott? And like it was kind of like an accident? Fucking with you, I was just. You never would have said that way in the originals. Yeah, that's also true. Idiots, it's Yahweh. Jorge. They say George. Yeah, and you probably hear that, you're like, fucking no, it's Jorge. Because it annoys me when parents will. I'm very, very sensitive about people being named stupid things. And then, on top of that, parents might not even pronounce it correctly. And it's like, you're an idiot. Stop fucking your kid's life up by being an idiot. Naming your kid, misnaming your kid, not misnaming, that's not the right. Naming your kid something stupid can have such a profound effect on the rest of their life. I loathe those who are whatever. I just want to be unique. Stop being an idiot and think about what your kid's actually going to go through, you fucking moron. Ugh. I remember my dad would tell me about some of the names he'd come across as a social worker. And it's like, well, yeah, as a social worker, because obviously these people were too fucking stupid not to get involved with CPS at some point. It's like, yeah, her name was Placenta. Like, who? Why? Okay, never mind. Let's go. Let's progress. Tomorrow I'll be defending Maya in that so-called Hall of Justice again. That whole seance thing makes trials here completely different from those back home. Hey, to be fair, X is a fucking legend now. Whew. But also, yes, I mean, Elon Musk named him, so of course he has a fucking stupid name because Elon Musk is an idiot. Like, just a super... Is there another person on this earth who enjoys the smell of their own farts more than Elon Musk? Even if you're an Elon Musk fanboy, you must acknowledge that there is not another person on this earth that likes the smell of his own farts as much as Elon Musk. No, I was just thinking of the South Park episode where people would fart and smell their own farts. Plus, I don't have a shred of conclusive evidence. On the other hand, I've got plenty of confusion and anxiety to spare. Oh, mood, Phoenix. Fucking mood. I'll have to think of something. I don't like the smell of any farts. I think farts they smell bad. Doesn't matter who they come from. I know people say that. I know that's not the only time it's been said. I know that's like been a thing. I just don't understand. After all, I'm the only lawyer in all of Khura'in. I have to do this. I will do this. I'll prove Maya's innocence if it's the last thing I do. ABC. Alright, guys and gals, are we ready? Are we ready to start defending? I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday. That'd be too easy. And we have to drag this out to a second day in all likelihood. But if I can figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe. Maybe.
Nick, today well...
Don't look so down, Maya. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. They're intentionally making her seem taller, right? Which is kind of strange because, like, she's an adult. She was an adult last time we saw her. So, she couldn't have grown that much, right? I guess maybe? I hate when they do this. I'm gonna rant for just a moment. I hate when they do this because we have ears. We have this sense called sound, or yeah, your sense of hearing. Through sound, vibrations across your ear hairs or whatever, however that works. We can recognize sound. We hear it, we associate that with a certain person. Phoenix also has that ability, but apparently, maybe not. Because unless Phoenix can physically see somebody, he can't recognize who's talking to him, so it must be question marks, even though that's incredibly stupid. Is this, Rafa, I'm assuming?
You would do well to cease this insanity while you still can.
I'm just gonna go with that. Yeah, there we go. She's the only one that would care to say it that way. On the other hand, that's pretty good character development, right? To be able to identify who that is without being able to see who it is. As the player, at least, and you don't hear the sound. As I said yesterday, I'm going to defend my client in court.
Well, know this. You shall not witness a miracle of the sorts that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused.
I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found.
The truth, you say? Humph. Then it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Nick?
I'm going to prove you innocent, Maya. You'll see. After all, you have to introduce the Plume Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm to the folks back home, right?
Right.
Oh, that's so good. Phoenix has a lot of flaws. Being able to raise the spirits of the ones closest to him is not one of those flaws.
I may be a defendant this time, but I'll be by your side like always, Nick.
I mean, isn't that pervert? Okay. Thanks, Maya. This place is tough on lawyers. I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. I 100% agree. I have very much missed Maya as my partner throughout these last, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 6 games? It's been 6 games since that's happened? 2 investigation games, 2 Great Ace Attorney games. I know she wouldn't obviously be there anyways, but still, did not have her there, as a matter of fact. And then Apollo and Duel. So 6 games since Maya has been by my side. Plus 3-5, she was the defendant, so not really. Plus 3-4 was a flashback, so not really. So 3-3? Was 3-3 the last time? And I'm still pining for it. Like, that's how good of a partner she was initially. Well, it's time. Let's go. No, it's not Super Mario 64 Bomb Battlefield Happy Fun Time. It is High Court of Khura'in on May 11th time.
Let the trial of Maya Fey begin.
The defense is ready, your majesty. It's like I've given every Khura'in person this, like, every Khura'in character so far except for she and Albie, I've given this throat voice to, and it's gonna make this very difficult. Okay, especially when all 3 of them are gonna end up going back and forth. The judge, Sadmati, and Rafa. Huh? Well, I'm not gonna change Albie's voice now.
Quiet! Can't you see Prosecutor Sadmati is absorbed in silent prayer?
Great, the trial's barely started and the judge is already mad at me.
He's very devout for a prosecutor. Why is the accused standing over there?
Because that's where she's supposed to be fucking standing. In a civilized court system, your majesty. Oh, well, your majesty, in addition to being the accused, she is also my assistant.
The accused is your assistant, you say?
I mean, you're gonna fucking charge us both with death. Or charge. Sentence us both to death if I lose anyway, so why the fuck not?
Very well, then. The criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul.
That is... I motion... Oh, Lord. Substitutes. The magistry, please. Motion. This magistry cannot be an unbiased
finder of facts and judgment in this case. So we would like to immediately substitute for a different one. A lawyer's assistant? Yeah, motion denied. Because that's not even a thing here. And I'm the only judge here anyway, so... So you have the right to that in the United States. I don't know of any story specifically about this happening, but I always assumed if you were in a place where there was only one judge, they would have to bring in an outside judge, because you still have the right to ask for the judge to be substituted if you think there is prejudice against you from that judge. Oh, isn't that what fucking what's his fuck says? Bond in GoldenEye? Rod of crime. I can't do a Bond voice. No, he says for me, right? All of crime? No. Me. Was that GoldenEye? I don't even fucking know. I'm not as up on James Bond movies as I probably should be. That wasn't very nice. Why does this version of that face looks more cartoony than the other version does? If the judge agrees to the substitution, or the appellate court orders compliance, a judge from somewhere else would be appointed. Do you know, is there like a general, not like an ordered list of the judges they would go to, but if you're in, would it be based on the counties around? Would they bring in somebody like from an immediate county around your county? And if so, is there like a, wait, I want to say this. Is there like, okay, we go to this county first, then we go to this county, then we go to like an order of priority? Or is it literally that they'll just pull somebody out randomly from somewhere in the state? Yeah, well, bad-mouthing lawyers seems to be a custom of sorts here in Corrine. So it could be any of those things. Okay. I honestly do not know how it works in Wisconsin, but I do know that we have some areas that might have like incredibly few judges. So that would be, I would be interested in knowing that. I should check on that. I must say, I'm surprised to see you still here in Corrine, Mr. Wright. Even more so to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a county with one, but I'm fairly sure there's at least two counties with two. But like, two is even a problem, right? Because let's say they want one judge has to recuse themselves, or there's a substitute, but the other judge simply doesn't have the ability to take that case on, unless they would could they trade the cases then? If I were Judge Twain, I'd be able to answer these questions for you, but I'm not there quite yet, so I cannot. Yo, what up, Mac? Oh, I know you watched Elimination Chamber today, right? I hope you did, cause holy shit! Hope we get some Heel Cena merch, cause I am buying that shit when it happens. Oh my god, I didn't even talk about the greatest thing that happened this week.
wrestling related, because I know all of you care so much. Only a few of you do, and probably even fewer of you watch NXT. But did you guys know the Hardy Boys wrestled this week? And Jeff had one of the most beautiful swantons I've seen from him in possibly 20 years. Oh my God, it was wonderful. Anyways, the answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do. Not the kid detectives, no. No. Not those Hardy Boys. Although, to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now.
Such foolishness.
God, I can't. Now I'm gonna have to distinguish his voice and Rafa's, and it's gonna be difficult because there's not much of there's a difference, but it's kind of hard to.
Prosecutor Sadmati, are you ready to begin now? Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. But first, I promised you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation.
Oh, why am I laughing at that? Oh, God, splendid, splendid. Kill him, please.
I would expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Sadmati.
Please save the victim's soul, Prosecutor Sadmati. Punish the wicked lawyer who dares to stand up these last rites. I think I'll pass on that whole fire and brimstone deal. That's still kind of how it is, Scott. Well, SmackDown was better than Raw for a while. For a long while. And then Triple H took over, and then Raw became better than SmackDown. Now, SmackDown kind of sucks recently, but they've got goodwill, so I'll give them a chance to turn it around. But I'm not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollo's told me about you.
Shaking my head. So, it was you who instilled that putrid lawyerly guile within him.
Putrid what?
He too must face the fires lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead so that he will not be lonely when he arrives.
Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Nervous, Maya? It actually makes sense that I give all of them throat voices because, like, if that's their speech pattern, that's how they learn to talk. So they would, all of them do that exact thing. Like, I didn't know that the way us Americans speak is from the front of our mouths. And so whenever a British person, Scottish, Irish, whatever, anybody else that speaks English is impersonating an American, they have to switch themselves from further back in the throats to now the front of their mouths. And that is how they are able to mimic us. We spit our words. That's funny. It's also funny though. We had a legal assistant from the Netherlands, and it was always really funny to see her when she would get on the phone, because she is somebody who has very good, she had a lot of charisma, so she had good mirroring skills. And so she would try to mirror as much as possible with clients. And so when she would mirror, she would, like, emulate the American accent, and suddenly it would be like this, like, not Valley Girl, but it was almost like an attempt at a Valley Girl. And see her, like, switching back. She wouldn't even realize it until she'd, like, get off the phone and she'd look at it. She's like, what? We're like, oh, no, nothing. You just went into your American accent and probably didn't even realize it. She's like, I don't even know how I sound when I do that. But Yeah. I mean, obviously there's going to be, depending on where you're coming from, it's probably easier for some to do that than others. Yeah. And she even though, you know, English wasn't her first language, English in general, she was very, very good with. So it was just a matter of them kind of switching accents.
A little.
Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court. Yeah, since 3-3. Whatever that was.
Too bad I'm the defendant.
Yeah, that's actually what happened the last time we stood beside each other in court. Don't worry. We haven't lost the case together yet.
You're right. Let's give this everything we've got, Nick.
Oh yeah, because when Phoenix fucked up, she wasn't there.
Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, would you please explain the case at hand? Of course, Your Majesty. Let us begin the last rites of the victim. IFA has been charged with the crime of murder. The victim of her heinous crime was High Priest Turist Inme. He was conducting the putrefaction
rite? What the fuck is wrong with me? I know exactly what the problem is. So let's exacerbate the issue. The dirtiest right. Also, where's I love Monica? Monica got you today, homie. I'd like to proudly proclaim this is the first time Monica t-shirt has been worn with a suit coat jacket. Unless I've done it before, which could be possible. No, not from friends. Although there are many Monicas out there. But one stands above all the rest. It's not the Monica from Friends. Oh dear. I don't even think Friends is a bad show. I just thought it was a nothing show. But yes, the putrefaction rite. Let's rewind.
He was conducting the purification rites when he was brutally slain.
The cause of death.
Let us review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photo, shall we? The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the abdomen. The murder weapon was likely the Warbot dagger which was used in the rite. However, the weapon has yet to be found, though the scene was thoroughly searched.
A sacred relic used as a tool of murder, the Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe. I started taking Spanish for professional reasons. Primarily for professional reasons. I've always wanted to. I like the idea, just personally, for personal satisfaction, of knowing multiple languages. Hey guys, Max just revealed his reason for trying to stage a coup of this entire channel. So keep that in mind. If Max tries to do it again, it's simply because he wants friends. So he will force you to become his friend. abogado. I know abogado. Abogado is attorney in Spanish, for those that don't know. There is so I do Duolingo, but what's better than that is just listening to clients talk with my legal assistants and like just being able to pick stuff up. So like that's probably the place I learn most words. Pero other examples. I've been drinking now. I can't. Fuck. What's I can't think of any right now because I'm intoxicated. But work authorization is a big one. Pardon for waiver. And these are all legal. This is all legal terminology, so like it's only good for that, but it's still that's like primary purpose. Work authorization. No, I'm not gonna remember right now. My it's like there's literally a brick wall into that knowledge in my head right now. Trabajo? Yeah, it's yeah. That one, the second one. Permiso trabajo. Permiso trabajo is how we say work authorization in the immigration sense, at least. Oh man, always feel so good. I'm like, that's it right there. I have been told that my I don't know many words, but I've been told that my attempt at pronunciations are actually pretty good. So, because I very much try to mimic that as much as possible when I hear it. The problem is that I don't necessarily know the foundation of it, so anytime I say it, it's simply mimicry, which long term isn't going to help. Like, I need to learn the foundation of it to be able to know to do it correctly in all circumstances. Yeah, which, like, you can also call it a work permit. It's just like if you look at the USCIS, they call it work authorization. But apparently, when talking to Spanish-speaking clients, that is the way they best understand it, the concept. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It feels like there's a purpose behind it. I can't speak with clients very well in Spanish, but like you can tell they appreciate if I'm able, like there are times where I'm able to answer something before it's translated to me because I know what they said. And even though I can't respond in Spanish, you can tell there's an appreciation of like, oh well, he certainly at least is trying to understand what we're saying, like that effort there. It's all about the effort. There's so many people that you respect their, you respect them and you're trying that always taken as a very good, like, sign of respect. Especially in immigration, when you have a lot of people who speak a lot of different, like, just people from all over the world, because the amount of English-speaking immigrants that I have as clients significantly lower than everything else. I can also do some minor things, like if I need them to sign something ferma de fecha, sign and date. So, wait, there's an E. Ferma e fecha? Ferma de fecha. Okay, well now I think I've been sounding like an idiot this whole time. I know the two words are correct, but I'm not sure if the conjunction's correct. Yeah, so it's not day. Sign and date. Then my E fetch. E. Y. Right? Sign and date. Yeah, E. Okay. Okay, good, good. I have not been sounding like an idiot then. Okay, alright, back to the foreign country game.
The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. The accused had donned Lady Kira's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers as the high priest of Cryanism. During the rite, the victim and accused were the only two at the inner sanctum.
And I don't know why I've been trying to give him a lisp, but it's super inconsistent. And with like the way I'm speaking, it's going through the throat to then talk through the front of the mouth, surprisingly, is not super easy to do.
Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya Fey.
What is aquí? I know por favor is please, right? I haven't seen all the names yet, but the ones I've heard have mostly been disappointing changes. Ear. Okay, that makes sense. I will add that to the line then. Yeah, I probably have to force it more. I just have to be more, like, cognizant of it instead of letting it kind of flow naturally, because it's literally two, like, opposing forces coming through throat and then front of mouth.
I must say, that does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused. Indeed. Now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence in this case. In Cryanism, slaying a priest is a sin most grave and dreadful. As such, Maya Fey's soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling.
What? I feel like this is the first bit of levity they've given to their whole, like, levels of hell thing so far. Huh. Okay. Just wasn't that expecting that to first come up in case 3.
There she shall be tickled without end for 500 million years.
But after 500 million years, you're done, right? Because, I mean, if we're talking about forever, 500 million years ain't shit.
That is a terrible fate indeed. Would the defense care to respond?
Here I thought the lowest level of hell was the hell of back pain. Oh, God. Fucking Phoenix. Work out your fucking core, my dude, and then you won't have as much of a problem. I don't remember killing anyone, and I don't have that dagger or anything like it. As my client stated, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecution. But more importantly, she had no motive to kill the high priest in the first place.
Objection.
We're not in the part of the... Okay.
Oof, I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by her benevolence, Rafa Padma Karine's insights.
Oh, is that something going to make you a better prosecutor since you did not have those before?
So it is, and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Well, the comments I saw today regarding the Cena heel turn was, we got a Cena heel turn before GTA 6. So, we still counting it down, ain't we?
Bailiff, please show in the royal priestess.
Oh God, here we go. So right away.
It's Princess Rafa. Oh, how beautiful her benevolence looks today.
Glory to the Holy Mother for this blessed day. Why you keep going to that voice? Oh. We don't have a profile for ourselves. 30 what? 6? 30? No. No. Wait. How fucking old is Phoenix now? As popular as ever, I see.
Rest assured, good people of Karine, I will defeat this murderer and her abettor. They shall not escape on their Freedom Express today.
Everybody's like, what the fuck are you talking about? She's literally mirroring our, like, dialogue. There's almost no, like, greater sign of affection than that.
What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back in the Hall of Justice.
35. 3 years younger than me now. You know what's irritating? Is when I started this series, I was 3 years younger than he would have been. Oh my God. Time sucks. Yeah, how dare he? There's a difference between stealing dialects from other cultures over time and literally just starting to repeat what you heard from people the day before.
May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor. Urdihara Turain.
She sure looks pleased with herself, especially for someone who didn't know what a Freedom Express was until yesterday.
Is there something stuck to my face, barbed head?
No, nothing, Your Benevolence.
Now then, Your Benevolence, the divination seance, if you please. Very well. Nanya? No, Nana. It's just Nana. Very well. Nana, my robe. Zero. Miedo.
Oh, Holy Mother,
Oh, I forgot
we
that she
hold
actually
this
talked.
divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Are those tats or are those just like paint or ink? I guess tats are ink, like paint. This is just the same thing from the first game, or the first case, right? But we'll let it play out. It's a nice bit of animation. And this track's kind of banging, so. Although you have to wonder, she worried less about the movement, more about the actual contents of the seance. Maybe she wouldn't be wrong so often. My God. Oh. What did that prove?
Victim's Mitama has spoken. The divination seance is complete.
I guess she's technically never wrong in her seances. It's just a matter of the interpretations. Her interpretations are bad. The actual whatever is not incorrect. Great, another clearly incriminating seance vision. Is it though?
Could not be any clearer, O foul defense. The accused donned the sacred robes of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern lights, the scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror Abbot in me must have felt. The facts as presented by her benevolence are indisputable. But that wasn't me. Do something, Nick.
I'm working on it. I've done this. I think I know a little something about poking holes in the seance, right? Just let me cook.
The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the putrefaction rite, the purification rite.
Come to think of it, the Wright's guide explains the multi-part purification rite in detail. Transformation rite. The high priest reads the scripture, while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. Rite of water. Lady Kira enters the springs and the high priest purifies her along with her dagger. The rite of fire. The
priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the high priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object?
It's almost like she wants us to be impressed with her. Of course, because I know my client is innocent. Not because she wants to be right, necessarily, as her primary goal, but be impressed with me.
So you say. You truly do not know when you are beaten, do you?
I managed to pull it off last time with Albie. I'll just have to do it again. But again, I feel like there's a difference between first case where she's a child showing off and second case where she's like, haha, fuck you. Look how good I am. Where it's like not even like a question of the actual truth. Like, get your fucking priorities in order. We're trying to find the truth here.
You intend to find fault with her benevolence's insights yet again? It would seem lawyers are Palkunka creatures indeed.
Look at that Palkunka! Palkunka! 14. No, you're right, it's 14. What exactly is Palkunkan? Palkunan. Palkunan.
Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak.
A real piece of work? It's like one of the dumbest ways you can describe somebody. A real piece of work. They call me anything. They can call me anything they want. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth.
So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is to unwillingly dig your own grave.
Oh, you mean like last time? When I didn't actually do that. But then, you know, made them look like shit anyways. Yes, I would agree. I think she is very well written.
Victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rite, ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approach, footsteps, and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. His life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed, till finally he passed from our world.
Except that we know that his, the pool was blood red already.
That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments. Dressed in sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head-on. The brutal stabbing she I swear I can talk. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. Yes, it is plain for all to see. Oh, it wasn't me. A sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rites. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes. Sigh, SMH. You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insights.
Ooh!
How did you end up finding contradictions last time?
The deceased's final memories include all 5 senses.
Oh, you mean those words that appear in the Pool of Souls?
Yes, in English, thankfully.
It looked to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim.
Yeah, that's how it looked to me too. Sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations.
That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Rafa's insights the last time. Though there could be contradictions between what Abbott and me felt and her insights, huh? You got it, and I'm gonna find them this time too. Did I check how to point out contradictions in Rafa's insights? I'm okay. As I fucking forget everything I learned in the first case, because that was already, what, fucking 8 weeks ago? Now I remember how it works. Still, the sensations this time seem to fluctuate more than the ones from Albie's trial. In which case, I'd better keep an eye on changes in their intensity, too. Okay, time to point out the sensations that contradicts the insights. Victim commenced the purification ritual. Okay. Nothing. I am reading the sutra now. Suddenly Maya's in the robe. Incense, footsteps, pain. Wind. Well, he felt it was the wind first, not the footsteps. Wind. Oh. I forget. Okay, yeah, see, because I fucking don't remember. Do I still have to present an actual piece of evidence, or is it just the insights versus what we're seeing? A lantern with a broken wind guard heard the wind from his right side. So wouldn't he have been facing the other way? No, it was from the... No, it was from the right. Okay. So he was facing that way. Tried with incense. Already stained in red. Huh.
Objection!
He doesn't say anything about the wind, and that bothers me. Intensity of the intensity of the and incense. Huh. Why does incense get closer but footsteps don't? That seems kind of weird. Footsteps. And the incense gets bigger, but footsteps don't. Like, when...
Objection!
Let's... I guess that's what I mean. Is it a matter of where it's presented? But the footsteps aren't approaching. Or at least he doesn't perceive them as approaching? footsteps. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, like where... I feel like you want to show it when they're approaching and incense is getting larger, but footsteps aren't, despite the footsteps allegedly being approaching. Right? Is it a matter of I just wasn't on the right dialogue?
Objection!
Yeah, okay. So I was right before, I just wasn't on... I must have been on the wrong dialogue box. I feel like that's exactly where I had picked it out before. The victim supposedly heard the accused approaching footsteps, but did he really?
What nonsense is this? Is it not abundantly clear?
No, it's not, because there is something strange about those footsteps.
Strange? Explain yourself, bombed head.
Footsteps are strange because they don't get louder. They're not getting any louder.
Why exactly does that matter?
Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. Oh, it's on the last statement. Okay. Yep. That's my bad for lacking the attention to detail. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of incense grew stronger.
Ah!
Wind!
Why, that makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, your benevolence? Well, there must be a reason.
Objection!
It is as they say, even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn.
What does that even mean? I was literally gonna say that exact same fucking thing. What does that even mean?
Not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure.
Okay, that doesn't explain what he's meaning, though.
Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Your benevolence, perhaps you must listen carefully to the abbot's mitama.
Listen more carefully? What's he talking about?
Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation.
Refine the sensation?
I can more accurately gauge sensations by deepening my communication with the mitama.
Well, why aren't you doing that in the first place, then? I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before? Correct.
By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered. Oh, blessed mitama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call.
Bells. Bells.
What's footsteps changed into bells? What could this mean?
You might be right. It's just like, if we're talking about a murder trial, perhaps she should just be willing to go all out from the beginning, considering the seriousness of the situation. bells, but the only bells at the scene of the crime were... Yes, that is true. There has been nothing said to suggest she's some prodigy, just that she is who she is.
That jingling must have come from Abbot Inme's bells.
You mean those big things he had on his ankles?
Well, there you have it. The sound of bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. And that means...
The footsteps belong to the victim himself. That means it was the victim who was moving, it means it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running toward the broken lantern from the spring. Far cry from what her benevolence's insights would have us believe.
I'll get you next time, barbed head. Next time.
Why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself by running into the knife.
Please explain.
He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. Well, if he did, that was a really stupid decision.
Still your voices. This is nothing but a theory and a poor one at that. Be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation.
Objection.
While his insolence is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Is there something you would care to say, Prosecutor Sadmati? Even if it was Abbot Inme who moved, it does not negate the accused's crime.
What do you mean?
The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. The accused was hoping that the abbot would be an idiot. Ah! As he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It is as simple as that.
Oh, right. It really doesn't change much, does it?
Yes. It is as the prosecutor has said. Oh no, you have found a flaw with my insight. Ah, darn. In fact, it is as I meant to say. It is as I meant to say all along as well.
Good lord. That is, sure, okay. Right. And that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it.
Understand now, lawyer, that contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. As I hone my insights, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun. See? The fact that it was Abbot Inme who moved changes nothing.
Come on, Phoenix, you gotta keep your cool. The contradiction I pointed out must mean something. One sensation changed after Princess Rayfa refined her vision. Stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of the refinement. I should focus on any sensations that have changed, while searching for more contradictions between them and her insights. Alright, let's see here. Wind. Water. Water, you say. Hold it! How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be?
That's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear, and Advent in me would have adhered to them.
Well, that's strange.
Mr. Wright, would you care to explain just what is so strange?
Yes, I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point.
What's this?
It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water.
Oh?
Yes, and the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies the contradiction.
What contradiction?
I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring, and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring.
Okonka, this is absurd!
This means the accused's location differs from what her benevolence's insight indicates.
Then, where do you propose the accused stood when she donned Lady Kira's robes?
Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe Maya was standing here. But... been here? Where was Maya? No, she must have been behind him. In the water, unless he stepped in the water, right? Victim must have stepped in the water. So she'd been like right here. Right?
Take that!
You really believe the accused is standing there? No, not at all, of course. So wait, if we're saying that he stepped in water, he had to have been right here. So if he was right here, then Maya must have been based on the footsteps. She couldn't have moved much, right? So wouldn't she still have been here, but he was back here? Based on the victim's footsteps.
Take that!
No, I don't, obviously. Man, I am fucking up hard. Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe Maya was standing here. So he's got to be here if he stepped into the water, right? Bells to the right. What, right foot stepped into the water? Maya was here in front of him. heard some footsteps, but then... No. Footsteps turned into bells. Well, wouldn't she still have been here? But she never moved. Oh, whatever.
Take that!
I'm wrong. Just fuck me up. The other thing I was thinking is, was Maya behind him? But they said the whole thing is that the victim stepped in the water. But then that wouldn't make sense that Maya would be behind him, especially if she was in front of him before. Based on his footsteps.
Take that!
So based on his footsteps, he was facing the spring, approached her, and then stepped in the water. So she was already in the spring. Right? I assume that's what they're saying here? Till this moment, we've all just assumed that Abbott, Inme, and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this Wright's guide. But it's weird then that why did he hear wind to the right? That's kind of throwing me off. Because as soon as I saw that the wind was coming to the right, I assumed he was in the right. He was at least looking the right way. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the cues in front. However, if that's how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. Problem is, the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then their positions would have been completely reversed. Well, we know the specific one is broken, right? What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring? I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the Wrights. High priest would never make such an obvious blunder. What on earth? Is this even possible?
That's enough!
Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights.
It doesn't?
Let us say the accused was standing in the spring. So what?
So what? This completely reverses their position is what?
That their positions differed from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly doesn't erase the accused's brutal crime.
I guess you have a point there.
You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster.
Ugh.
Sounds like Princess Rafa has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about.
No, that's not how we actually go about things, but generally speaking, we are not put in the positions that we are as Phoenix put into. So we wouldn't need to do that, is the basic gist of that there. When you have discovery, the ability to find the substantial contradictions, the ones that actually matter. Though that completely changes how something would be presented in a situation like this. Oh, Maya, where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now? Hey, don't get fucking sarcastic with her, bro. Is contradiction really meaningless? Something really doesn't feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere?
I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it.
What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright?
Nick! Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection, but Her Benevolence's insights have no further inadequacies of any kind.
Yes, so it would seem. Wait a second, but there is another contradiction.
Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Though you rack that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it.
Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here.
Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. Now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy with Princess Rhea's insights.
Right, we now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. I should take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the court record and confirm where Maya and Abbott Inby were standing, and then focus on finding any discrepancies between their positions and the insights. The wind! The fucking wind! I'm talking about on that wind since the beginning. That's not sight. That's not...
Objection!
It doesn't make sense. If they've switched around... He's looking at the spring. By the spring side lantern. Incense water.
specifically says the Springside Lantern. Lantern. Else about it that I'm missing?
Objection!
The actual lantern itself instead of the wind. Your benevolence, I found a new contradiction. Haha. You did? Oof, no doubt is but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights. Nope, take a good look at what the victim saw. Just might change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering. Is there nothing unusual about that? There is nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred. No, but that's where you're wrong. The accused had been standing in the spring. Then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue. I fail to see your point. My point is something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. Okay. Okay. Am I off base here? Why is wind also not acceptable? Because it's for literally the exact same reason. But wind is incorrect. But the lantern, pointing specifically at the lantern, was. So neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place. It's not necessarily about the position of the word. Well, I guess it is. The wind itself is still the problem, isn't it? Like, the whole thing is very specifically that there are wind guards. So you should only be... the sensation of the wind should only be coming from very specific places, like where the wind guard would be broken. But it doesn't matter as long as the wind is there and the lantern is flickering. Okay, that makes sense. As long as it's flickering, the position of the wind doesn't matter. Okay, that's fair enough. Heh. She seems pretty tickled, Nick. I don't remember saying anything funny. I fail to see what you wish to prove here, but very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. Oh, blessed Mitama. I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there. Huh? That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it. And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within the... within for the rite of fire. Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering.
Say what? But when we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on.
That's because the police put them back on.
Whoa, that's, okay. Oh, well, I guess they do have their whole thing where, like, it can never be put out or there'll be a catastrophic disaster or some shit.
The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, Defense. We could not risk them being extinguished even during an investigation.
That would never fly back home. You also don't have to worry about flames that have been alight for hundreds of years, apparently.
Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it is time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama. Nick!
Don't worry, Mai, I'm just getting started. Alright, let's go over everything we know so far. I was wearing Lady Kira's robes and standing in the spring. The High Priest is thought to have been moving toward her, so I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this arrangement. I won't give up. I'm going to find a contradiction that will undermine the accusation against Maya. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Right. Huh. Swear that thing doesn't that look like the broken lantern? And not that they removed the guard, but that looks like the fucking broken lantern to me. What was the Yeah, it looks like the broken lantern. It doesn't look like the guard was removed. Then how would we say that?
Objection!
That's not it. Do I have to wait for the flickering again, maybe? A wind coming from the right. Now it doesn't look broken anymore. Wait, what? That's not the same. That's not the same one. That's... Okay. There's a contradiction there, obviously, because unless I'm going fucking nuts, which I don't think I am, those are not the same lanterns. However, how do we best point this out?
Objection!
Either. Not the same lantern, so how do we... Like, I don't think it's a matter of where these two things don't matter. Because it doesn't, what he's doing doesn't contradict that. The only thing I feel like that can be contradicted here is the location of the lantern. Like, is this when the wind matters? But I... Fuck. God damn it. Yeah, we can see more clearly. We can see clearly that they're two different lanterns. But how to properly show this is the question. Apparently not the lantern itself. Wait. Although the Springside lantern wouldn't actually be a contradiction here, right? Nothing else. Yeah, because like the issue here is that So here's how I'm seeing this. Maya was below him here. Based on where the broken lantern is. So he like spins around while reading the sutra, and then when he's actually looking this way, where the non-broken lantern is to his right, well, I guess that's also assuming that he's actually looking toward the statue and not one of the, because he could be looking east or west, I suppose. Well, I was gonna say he couldn't be looking west here, because then wouldn't the broken lantern be on the other side? But I don't think we can see the lantern on the left after it changes. And how do we... This is tough. How does the game want me to point out this problem? That Maya's on one side, next to one lantern, but then the other person isn't. I'm assuming it's not just the person itself. We're talking about seeing things clearer, which we see the lanterns more clearly now. I don't think it's wind here.
Objection!
I don't think that's the... Like, that's not gonna do it either. Because the wind doesn't have anything to do with this contradiction. Out the lantern? It's the fucking broken one.
Objection!
Oh, what does the game want me to do? Lantern is broken, and then it is not. He's reading, and that's what turned... It's during his reading that he turns directions. Transformation Right ended. But Transformation Right, why would she have switched positions? This situation. Because suddenly she's in a different spot. I guess is what the lanterns are ultimately indicating. I feel like that doesn't make.
Objection!
Oh. What matters more? The fact that they change position matters more than the lantern. Than how to prove that best. Because pointing them out specifically doesn't seem to do that. Like, I do it here.
Objection!
I like try to show like that's not gonna do anything because all that's just looking at the person. You're not showing why it's a contradiction that that person is there. Transformation, right? Did transform, it's just that they're on a different plane all of a sudden.
Objection!
I think I did that already. Yeah. Fuck. These are always the most frustrating because like you can explain what the issue is, but you don't necessarily know how the game wants you to best go about it, which is not a frustration you would have to deal with in an actual courtroom because the functionality of it wouldn't work the same. Point out in this seance where, well, no, I would just tell you. And then you'd be like, oh, okay. The other thing that's weird that says it's tried to fight her off. He didn't try to fight her off, he just dies. But how would you prove that? Like, how is he fighting off? Like...
Objection!
Yeah, it doesn't...
Objection!
Either... What am I not seeing? Oh, Jesus Christ. How long have I been at this? Like 30 minutes? Huh? Yes. There's only one insight that's been updated, right? This one. That's why I don't get. I don't even remember what I fucking called out already. Pretty sure I did this. Is it a... Is it a... Is it a specific spot that I'm not pointing to? Like, oh, I have to point here. Or here.
Objection!
That is not the first time I touched that lantern. Absolutely not. That was one of the first things I did. The problem was that I didn't point at the specific location to show why it was broken. Go back and look and tell me I never, ever touched that lantern. Ugh. Because that's what I was saying from the beginning. Well, it's fucking broken. Oh my god. Unless I implanted a memory in myself that did not exist. Although that would be really weird. I'm like, dude, I did it before and I did it after. So why wouldn't one of these work? But if I didn't do it before, then why did I think I did it before? There'd been no reason to not then try it before. The only reason I did that right there was because I thought, oh, maybe I have to be more precise in my selection. And that was the reason why it didn't work the first time. As opposed to, I had not ever selected this in the first place. Ah, okay, I'm not fucking crazy. Thank you. I did do it. I just didn't do it the right spot. Which I guess that's my mistake for not thinking more precisely instead of assuming the game would go, oh yeah, that's not the right lantern, so you just have to kind of point at it generally. That's something I should have thought about. What could this possibly mean? That lantern clearly contradicts the insight. Tom. I probably clicked it like in the middle of the broken lantern if I had to guess. But this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? One moment you shout out and the next you fall silent. Around the top, which, I mean, okay. I don't want to defend myself too hard here because to the right or to the left were both the superior choices to going up top, but the top's broken too. Like it has that thing where it's like this or something like that. Like it's got this like curve thing, and I feel like it's like broken in half. But like I said, obviously to the right or to the left are more pronounced broken areas. Perhaps it is like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Is that not right, Prosecutor Sadmati? Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you've built so far, the only way is to keep moving forward, because that's where we'll find the truth. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found. In control. Okay. Is that so? Lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight. Does it now? Oh, of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken. If you watch the Abbot Inby, what Abbot Inby saw in his final moments, you will notice the lantern behind the praying form of Miss Fey is broken. Lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in the seance vision. How could this be? And even if it were so, how would that contradict my insights? Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Will the defense please explain himself? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell where the accused and the victim were standing. But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here, to the actual spot where Maya Fey was standing. I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I mean, is that capricious, really? Judge, you know what capricious means? I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Based on the location of the broken lantern, where was Maya really standing?
Take that!
I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means Maya Fey had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Fey was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing here, where she was supposed to, according to custom. Does that not bring us back to the very beginning? No. This is where things take a different turn, and I mean that literally. The victim had to have been moving toward the spring. The lantern sight when the victim looks right. Which I did, and it didn't work. It had to be in the specific. Hey, maybe you should be updating that wiki. Be like, gotta be on one of the specific broken parts, because if you're like too much in the center, it ain't gonna work. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned towards the accused. What's this? You mean to say the victim turned around during the right? But such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision. Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now. No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big? This sucks to suck, bro. It was a moment where the scripture the victim was holding was all we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was, in fact, turning around in that moment.
Objection.
Timestamps in the seance video? I am 95% sure that I was on that one statement because I was specifically keeping it on that one statement and that one statement only. It wasn't until after I thought I exhausted what I thought to be the correct options that I tried switching to other statements. Because the one statement that had changed was the one that specifically stated which lantern, which side the lantern was on. But yeah, I can see what you, because there's in the same motion, it can actually skip to the next chapter. And if you're not doing it within that specific chapter, if that's how they're, how strict it is, then yeah, it's a timing thing.
If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence's insights no longer make sense. How do you intend to explain that?
Objection!
Sucks to suck, bro. What do you want? What do you want from me? I don't need to explain anything because just as you said, benevolence insights don't make any sense because they contain a large error.
Such insolence!
Which again, I feel like the top of the lantern is also broken, but if their whole thing is it's got to be on the right side of it, and it was a location thing, then like, I guess I still feel like most anywhere on that lantern would have been like, should have been acceptable for that was broken. If it was a timing thing, on the other hand, then that sucks, but it's something I should have paid closer attention to in terms of, like, whether there was, like, this weird in-between between the two, what do they call, chapters or whatever?
The huge error you say to explain.
Huge error is... I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed.
This cannot be!
Oh, but it can, and it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. That is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead. Hukunka!
Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime? Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again?
Oh, and now it's like, no, it's okay, Rafa. You tried your best. Don't cry. Suddenly so like, oh, it's fine. It's fine. You're 14. Like, yeah, you're not gonna be perfect. It's okay. It's okay.
This cannot be.
Well, that's so bad for you. I'm not trying to break her. I didn't try to do that. But apparently I did. Fuck. That was a close one. Dude's not even concerned that she probably just hit the back of her fucking head as she fainted. Lucky she didn't bust her head on the witness stand. But I managed to divine the true meaning behind the seance vision somehow. Oh god, okay, yeah. I'm the bad guy. I should add these new facts to the court record. God damn it. Twain. Destroyer of cats and children's dreams. Okay. I gotta go to bed. It's fucking late. I didn't realize, I wouldn't have started that if I realized I was at 1 hour. So that's why I was like, man, was I not around 4 hours when I started that? But yeah, it's late. I'll go to bed. I got some shit to do tomorrow. So, yeah. So for those that missed it, unfortunately, Tuesdays or Monday nights are no-go for now. I was thinking about a month. However, one good piece of news I can give you over this past week is I've only had my new person for 2 days, and she seems very good. Very good. So the training period probably isn't going to last as long as I anticipate. It's definitely not going to be more than 30 days. It might even be less than that. So I might have like 2-ish weeks or something like that I might not be able to stream on Monday because I have to go in on Tuesday. I can't work from home on Tuesday. But after that, if I can go back to working from Tuesday and I now got an additional body to split work with, oh my god, it's going to be so much better. I'm going to have so much more time for activities. Hoping for. So give me a couple weeks and then hopefully we'll get back to Monday nights as well. Because I really want to be doing this twice a week, not just once. Now, don't get me wrong, I was super hyped to stream today because of like the wait, but I would also like to be getting through this game faster than we are. So that's gonna be the plan. But yeah, all right, everyone, thanks for hanging. I appreciate y'all. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you for sure. Not Monday. Definitely not this Monday. Definitely not the next Monday. After that, we'll see. Next Saturday nights. All right. All right. Thanks for hanging, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.